Good evening. We are here for the regular meeting of the Natrona County Board of County Commissioners. It's Tuesday, September 17th, 2024, 5 p.m. The meeting's been called to order. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Frill,
Present.
Commissioner Laird,
Present.
Commissioner Milne,
Here.
Commissioner North,
Here.
Chairman Nicolason.
Here, at this time, I would entertain a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164405A9.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Milne, seconded by Commissioner North. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are in executive session. We'll return at 5:30.
Dead duck.
Yeah, get in front of you so I can get a chair.
Huh? Okay. Okay, so I'll just make a copy and put it all on their chair. It's okay. I try to be the head of the game, and sometimes it bites me. Don't worry. Yeah, it's just it's all good.
Good evening. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone. At this time, I would ask for a motion on the consent agenda.
So moved.
With the inclusion of, do you want the inclusion of?
What?
So I think Commissioner North was going to talk about the Casper Mountain Trail Center.
Yes, I'd like to pull item E on the Casper Mountain Trail Center off for a separate vote and discussion.
And just for the record, that's actually been re-identified as change order number 7. That's the actual correct number. So it would be to remove item E, Casper Mountain Trail Center change order number 7 from the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, we also need to remove item number G for more work on that one.
Yep.
So take it off the consent altogether.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioners North and Friel. I don't know that we had a second. Let's try this again. Is there a motion?
Motion to
Go ahead.
consent agenda while removing E, the Casper Mountain Trail Center change order number 7, and G, grant agreement between Wyoming Department of Health and Natrona County block grant.
I'll second that.
And for clarification, item G would be taken off of the agenda completely, and item E would just be moved to the
for
contracts,
discussion.
agreements, and resolutions. Correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Very good. Any other discussion? Then all in favor of the amended consent agenda items, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, those consent agenda items are approved. Then we will go ahead and turn to what was item E, Casper Mountain Trail Center change order number 7. This is to provide equipment, labor, and materials to perform spot repair. The change order request I don't know if all of that narrative is actually correct, but what we do know is that the amount of the change order would be $80,640. And it's basically a limited excavation and the installation of Merafi mats. So I will open it up for discussion or motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner North.
my biggest concern about this is that, number one, we're not guaranteed that this is going to fix the problem. And I have a lot of trepidation about voting and spending that kind of money when we don't know for sure that it's going to fix it. And I think that we need to, my personal feeling is that I believe that we need to spend a little bit more time and look at it and possibly explore some more options as far as what we can do. That's my personal feeling.
Thank you, Commissioner North. Any other discussion? I would entertain a motion to approve the change order request number 7. And we will have additional discussion if the motion is made and seconded.
For discussion, I'll make a motion to approve change order number 7.
It's been moved by Commissioner Milne. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been seconded by Commissioner Friel. Commissioner Friel, you seconded, so you have the floor.
Well, my only concern about this, and I voiced it earlier today, I understand that contractors have to make their money, but it just seems that there's a large amount of money that's been added to this that we have somebody that's going to come in and do the work, and then we have about $13,000 added on top of that. That essentially is just telling us somebody else is going to come do the work. So I just voiced my opinion about that again. I think it's an unreasonable amount of money that's being asked in addition to it, but at the same time, it's something that does need to be done. We have to get it fixed so that we can get the lodge opened up, and so with that respect, that's why I move forward with it.
Commissioner Milne, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, well, yes, a little bit. The other option, one of the other options that we were looking at initially to fix the soft areas that were unexpected is ranging around 200,000. So I believe this is with our commitment to the school district and the monies that they gave us for this parking lot, along with that, and just trying to get this project moving along. This is perhaps a better, more economical solution to move forward rather than waiting and ending up potentially taking that 200,000 plus solution, which just, I don't know if I can stomach that much for a parking lot.
Commissioner Laird?
I think we have good people working on that project, Mr. Chairman. I think we have a good contractor, and they're Natrona County people. We know them. They worked for us before. I didn't understand the $13,000 either, but I have to trust some of these people that have worked for us. And I'm going to vote for this. And then I am going to go ask the owner of Casper Building Systems how he came up with the 13,000. But I trust him, so I'm going to go that far with him.
We had a lot of discussion at our last meeting about this wet soils situation in the parking lot. This is an unpaved parking lot. There will be some concrete handicap parking spots, but this is going to be an aggregate lot. This is the area under which formerly there were a bunch of trees and kind of a wet spot. We didn't have testing done on that portion of the parking lot. The initial recommendation was to excavate between 30 and 40 plus inches and remove a whole lot of wet organic material. The concern that the commission had was that we're going to get into this not knowing what the groundwater situation is, where it's coming from, where it's going to, and are we going to exacerbate the problem. So we didn't do anything at our last meeting. We had a plan that the geotech firm was going to go do some basically proof rolling, or basically try to find where the extent of the soft spot area was. Initially, they didn't do that. Then we had some more conversations, and they did go back and do that. So they have determined, to the best of their ability, the maximum extent of the soft spot area. So we're hopeful that we've identified at least the area, which wasn't the case 2 weeks ago. This is the recommended solution from the geotech firm. They put that in writing, which I asked them to do. They assessed things and made their professional opinion, and I think we need to rely on that. It was going to be $237,000 plus to do the other excavation versus this 80,000, and we'll say on top of whatever the wet soils are. And we're hoping that with the basically it being frozen ground a lot of the time of the heavy use of the year, that we won't have problems. So I'm going to vote for this, and I think if there's any additional discussion, speak now, or I will go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor of approving this COR 7, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries, so we'll approve change order number 7 on the lodge. The next item is a public hearing on the notice of application for transfer of ownership of a full retail liquor license from Tavern LLC, doing business as Mile High Tight Ends, to BFS Official LLC, doing business as Lux. Let me grab my cheat sheet so I read what they tell me the law makes me, or requires me to read. I now declare the public hearing open for the consideration of notice of application for the transfer of ownership of a full retail liquor license from Tavern LLC to BFS Official LLC. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, rules of the Natrona County Commission, and other applicable laws. May we have a report, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, an application was submitted August 19th of 2024 for a transfer of the retail liquor license currently held by Tavern LLC, DBA Mile High Tight Ends at 1650 English Drive. The proposed transfer would be to BFS Official LLC, DBA Lux, and the proposed location is 1910 Tauk Road in Casper. This transfer will not exceed the limited number of licenses per incorporated city or town, and the required advertising has been completed, and the application is also deemed complete. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any questions for the clerk? Commissioner Milne?
Madam Clerk, were there any protests on this?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, this would be the time for any protest on this particular item.
So now's the time.
Now's the time.
Now's the time.
Commissioner North?
Madam Clerk, were we given a specific reason or what Tavern LLC plans on doing?
Mr. Chairman, I received a application for a restaurant license today, so it's my assumption that they are going to move towards the restaurant end of their business up on English Drive.
Thank you.
Commissioner Laird, do you have a question for the clerk?
Are all of the papers in order?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Laird, the application is complete, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Milne?
Madam Clerk, this has come before us before. Is there any changes to this application as opposed to the last one we saw? And were any of the concerns from the last one addressed in this one?
Mr. Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, sirs, the only substantive change would be the DBA is now Lux, and all the other documentation did not change much from my recollection.
I had another question.
For the clerk?
Yes. Do we require anything different from all the other applications we get for liquor licenses?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Laird, there are particular requirements that the state asks for when an application is submitted, such as leases, financials, that type of thing. We typically don't require any of that other than what the state asks for.
So is this application the same as all applications that have been filed with you?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Laird, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I would ask those individuals wishing to speak in favor of the transfer of the liquor license to please approach the lectern.
Natrona County Commissioners, my name is Logan Kaufman, and my address is 1123 Beaumont Drive, and I am applying for the transfer of the liquor license owned by Tavern LLC to 1910 Talc. My intent is to open up a legal bar with the possibility of implementing skill machines. I have hired a manager. Her name is Ashley Gilstrap. I have her resume in front of me. She has 8 years of experience in the food and drink industry. I have attained my own financing through First State Bank. There are no private investors involved. I have already worked on the parking lot and plan on renovating the building to accommodate the skill machines. My intent is to run a profitable business within all county and state laws. There is one thing I would like to address to you guys. There was an article printed by the Star Tribune today addressing the fact that there are current lawsuits related to this location. That is false. There are no current lawsuits related to this location. Mr. Nicolason presented a concerning statistic as far as police reports go the last time I was here, so I went ahead and pulled the police reports. As far as I can tell, there were 30 serious reports in about 11 years, which equals out to about 3 per year. So that's not as concerning when you look at that in that manner. I hope to provide any answers to your guys' questions or concerns.
Are there questions for the applicant?
You say you pulled the police report. Did any of those involve you?
No, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make you, I want to get a clarification.
That's
on that.
fair.
Any other questions? Thank you. Any others wishing to speak in favor of the transfer of the liquor license, please approach. And the final call for anyone wishing to speak in favor of the transfer of the liquor license, please approach. Then at this time, I would ask for those individuals wishing to speak in opposition to the transfer of the liquor license, please approach.
Good evening. My name's Steve Winship. I represent Monty Elliott as well as myself. It appears from the rather brief presentation we just heard from Logan that he is trying to adhere to the roadmap that you gave him last month on this matter. And as I understand, he is stating that he's disclosed now who the financial backer is, which is apparently a local bank. And he's also implicitly stated that Sonny Pilcher is not going to be involved in the management. And it appears that he's also come up with let's say, a more specific business plan. That is, this is going to be, he called it, I think, skill games. Most people, I think, would know this. Maybe as one more of the gambling establishments that we already have so many of in this area. So I think what we should be doing is looking to make sure that, in fact, we don't see racks resurrected. And this commission was able to do that with when this license was initially granted this time last year. The restrictions that were put on, such as Sonny Pilcher not being able to have, as far as I know, any connection with this business, that it was not to be used as a strip joint or a strip bar, that sort of thing. I think that to the extent this commission is inclined to grant this restated application, that it should follow the precedent it used for this license and continue to impose those restrictions, and hopefully also come up with some sort of enforcement mechanism so that we don't see today as just being some, whitewash to get an approval. And then as soon as nobody's looking, we start seeing the girls get shipped up from Las Vegas or wherever they were, and that Sonny Pilcher's managing the girls. Let's avoid that situation. So to the extent that we can keep racks from being resurrected, I hope this commission will put those safeguards in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winship.
Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Winship?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of the transfer of the liquor license, please approach. Last call for anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the transfer of the liquor license, please approach. There being no others to speak for or against the transfer of the liquor license, I now declare the public hearing closed. Commissioners, I would entertain a motion.
I would move we grant the liquor license.
I think you're moving in favor of transferring,
Yeah, transferring, yes, you're right.
okay? Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Laird, seconded by Commissioner Milne. Commissioner Milne, do you have discussion?
First time around, we did, as stated, lay out a road map, basically, to try and navigate this and to alleviate some of our concerns. As a second, I wouldn't probably be opposed to amend a little bit, potentially put some restrictions on. I don't know, and I would ask our county attorney if we are able to, if it's legal to be able to do that. But he has, it appears to me that he has tried and has met our roadmap to move forward with this transfer.
I have a comment. Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Laird.
Well, we have a sheriff's department that's really great. And so if anything illegal goes on out there, our sheriff's department will undoubtedly be called and be right on the spot. So I'm not concerned with any illegalities, at least at this point. This young man is new to business and Casper and Natrona County resident. I believe he went to high school here and all of that. And I'm willing to give him a chance. And I'm just unwilling to continue to be concerned with someone who doesn't own a license anymore, and one that we probably would never give a license to. And so, but I think that he's fairly aware of having to run a legal operation within our county. And he's certainly worthy of being treated like every other person that we've given a license to with the same information. That's my feeling about it.
Commissioner North.
I was just wondering if Jess or Tony were here from Tavin LLC. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Milne.
Kind of forewarned you a little bit on that question. So are we able to put restrictions in as we did last time, in your opinion?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Milne,
There was some, the reason I ask is there was some discussion on that last time.
there was, and so the last time what we have is an attestation that was signed by Jesse McMullen that represented certain things would not happen, and they basically acknowledged and I guess acquiesced to those restrictions. So I think if Mr. Kaufman is amenable, you could impose those again. I guess, you know, if you're asking whether or not this is enforceable, the answer is I'm not clear at this time whether it would be, because there's certain statutory reasons for revoking a liquor license, and I don't know where this would fall.
But we would
within those
have
reasons.
something if he agreed to do the same thing, sign that conditional permit or conditions.
I think it's certainly fair to ask if he would be willing to agree to the same restrictions and terms.
What? You asked for it. Do you want to read them?
So Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that the petitioner come back up to the podium and be able to maybe give us some guidance as far as what he would think as far as agreeing to this.
Mr. Kaufman, would you come back up?
Sir, do you know what Jesse agreed to when they had the license transferred into their name?
No, sir.
Or, basically, the premise will not be used to provide, host, or otherwise allow formal or informal stripping by professional, amateur, or other person. This is always part of the Tavern LLC's business plan, which is what they stated. For a premise or liquor license, it will not alter the business plan operations. Would you be agreeable to that condition?
Is that something that you guys have everyone sign who's trying to get a liquor license transfer, or is this specific to me?
I believe this is specific to you.
Then I would not be interested in that.
Okay. What about uniforms for all employees, independent contractors? Will at minimum consist of a miniskirt with, what's a booty short? Anyways, and a referee type shirt.
Again, I would ask, is that specific to me, or is that something normal that you guys present to everybody who is trying to get a liquor
How
license?
about we get
transfer?
through all these and then you ask that question?
Sure.
Also, Tavern LLC and I prohibit Mr. Pilcher from financially being part of its business and two, being part of daily business operations or otherwise working for Tavern LLC. And finally, all representations, affirmations made by Tavern LLC, Jesse, during the Board of Natrona County Commissioners meetings on 18th and whatnot. So basically, there are 4 agreements that he made, or they made, Jesse made. And now ask your question.
Is that specific to me, or is that something you guys present to everybody that applies
This
for a
would
liquor
be
license transfer?
specific to you.
Then I would not be interested in that.
What about one, at least just one of them?
No, sir.
So I think that Tavern LLC, its principal's relationship with Mr. Pilcher was undisputed and longstanding. And I think one of these provisions is I will prohibit Mr. Pilcher from being financially a part of the business and being a part of the daily operations or otherwise working for Tavern LLC. Is Mr. Pilcher going to be involved in your business?
No, Mr. Pilcher is not involved.
Would you agree to that covenant that Mr. Pilcher not be involved in this liquor license if it's transferred?
I feel like you guys are trying to lay out rules for me specific to my case because I do have the name that's related to Mr. Pilcher, but no, I'm not interested in signing anything here today, guys. I'm a young entrepreneur. I'm looking for a chance to open up a nice bar, and that is it.
You know, a lot of people from our community and other communities were impacted in ways that changed their lives to a real dramatic effect. Women were abused, women were trafficked. There were, I think it's undisputed, there were drugs, sale of illicit drugs at the premises. We're not suggesting that you're going to be involved in any of that. But I hope you understand that this was a big enough deal for the community that the commissioners felt like we were protecting the community by entering into this agreement with Tavin. We are expecting you to fulfill your commitment that Mr. Pilcher will not be involved in this business, because I heard you say that. So I understand that that'll be how you're going to operate moving forward. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So I just want you to know that this isn't necessarily about you. It's about the location and some of the tragic things that were occurring at this property. And we want to avoid that. And I hope you do too.
I completely understand your guys' concerns.
Great. Any other comments, commissioners?
Let me have you think about this for a minute. You've told the chairman that Mr. Pilcher isn't a part of this and isn't putting money in this.
No.
Now, one of the things we could do here at a hearing like this, and I've suggested maybe we do it in all these hearings, and that is put people under oath. Now, we didn't do it here. But I think when I'm listening to the chairman, if you were to agree that you wouldn't, that you would back up your word that you've given to him in writing, you might walk out of here with a license.
Okay. I understand that, but I feel like there's a little bit of government overreach happening here.
Well, but this part of it is because you said he wasn't here. Now, I could ask him to put you under oath and ask you the same question,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm assuming you'd give me the same answer.
Yes.
You don't have your own lawyer here, though, to get advice, and I think some of these things might be helpful to you to get legal advice on. But if you wouldn't have to be put under oath if you agreed to this condition. But if you're saying you'll be put under oath and on your oath swear that you're not going to have Mr. Pilcher in there, I'll go either way.
So you're saying if I go under oath and say that Mr. Pilcher is not involved, you guys are not going to make me sign any amendments?
You would be saying it under oath.
Okay, well, I have no problem with that.
So I guess that's up to the chairman whether he wants to do something like that. I'm just trying to figure out a way to give you the chance to get this license.
I appreciate that.
And you've said that Mr. Pilcher isn't here, so if that's your real statement, I don't know why you would care whether you signed it or you testified to it under oath. I can't give you legal advice, but
Okay.
it's
thank
your
you for that.
choice. I think.
I'm not going to attempt to swear you as a witness. I think you've made public comments. We've got a record of it. We want to give you the benefit of the doubt. We want people to build a business and be successful in their business. So I think enough's been said on that with respect to oath and your commitment in that regard. Commissioners, any other comments? Oh, very good. Thank you for coming back up.
Thank you for your time.
So I'm not seeing any other discussion. I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the transfer of the liquor license from Tavin LLC to BFS Official LLC, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Liquor license will be transferred. The next item is TA 24-01. I now declare the public hearing open for the consideration of TA 24-01, a request to amend the text of the 2022 Natrona County Zoning Resolution 46-22. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, rules of the Natrona County Commission, and other applicable laws. May we have a report from staff?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Sean Gustafson, ECS Engineer, 1607 CY Avenue, current interim planner. As a summary of the amendment here, a request text amendment by Greg Wergner to remove the letter C from table 4.02, page 63, where MR1 column and extractive industries now intersect. In the 2022 Natrona County zoning resolution number 46-22. The C indicates that extractive industries may be proposed in MR1 zoning through the use of a conditional use permit. If passed, removal of the C from this column and row intersection will result in extractive industries being prohibited in all of MR1 zoning. I'll just state that that's approximately 29 square miles along the face of Casper Mountain. One other thing I'd like to add there is that this amendment is certainly related to a potential application that is coming up, or we understand to be coming up, but I want to emphasize that we do not have an application at this point in time for a gravel pit. Legal description, no real legal description. It's 29 square miles across the face of the mountain in Natrona County, MR1 zoning, which has already been discussed. Minimum lot size is 10 acres. The existing land use is, of course, MR1, which is Mountain Residential number 1. The intended purpose of this, per the zoning regulation, is to establish and protect areas for low-density residential and accessory agricultural uses in accordance with the 2022 Casper Mountain Land Use Plan. I will add that this is discussed in this particular zoning is discussed in the 2004 Casper Mountain Plan and also the 2016 Natrona County Development Plan, actually fairly extensively. The purpose under the zoning resolution and text amendment of the zoning resolution is an amendment process to publicly review a revision to the zoning resolution in response to a changing circumstances to reflect changes in public policy and to advance the general health, safety, and welfare in the county. Applicability amendments to the text of the zoning resolution may be initiated by an applicant, the applicable director, the Planning and Zoning Commission, or the Board of County Commissioners. The procedure, again listed in 5.05 of the resolution, following application steps is outlined. This is in section 5.03, excuse me. Our application procedures are required. Number 1, pre-application conference, which has been completed. Number 2, neighborhood meeting, which has been completed. Number 3, application submittal, which has of course been completed. Number 4, the review for completeness of the application, which has been completed. Step 5, the application review, which has also been completed. The notice of public hearing, which was sent out, and the public hearings, which the Planning Commission and this meeting are the public hearings for this. Then, of course, decisions and findings. Approval criteria. According to the resolution, the BOCC may approve an application for a zoning resolution. There we go. I'll try and keep up with that. Is consistent with the purposes and organization of this zoning resolution, improves the consistency of the zoning resolution with other provisions of the zoning resolution, provides flexibility for landowners within standards that clarify and define desired character, is necessary to address changing conditions, public necessity, and or state or federal legislation. Number 5 is consistent with the county development plan, and number 6 is consistent with other adopted county resolutions. Planning considerations. Extractive industries are allowed in Natrona County within the Natrona County zoning districts of RAM, which is ranching, agriculture, and mining, UA, which is urban agriculture, MR1, mountain residential 1, and HI, heavy industrial, by the use of a CUP in all cases. Extractive industries are not permitted by right in any zoning district within Natrona County. The CUP process allows a variety of beneficial factors to be addressed on a case-by-case basis while considering potential deterrents and negative consequences. Rationale of the CUP process is to consider economic growth. Allowing a CUP can attract new businesses, services, fostering economic development. This can lead to job creation, increased tax revenue, and a more vibrant local economy. Community needs. A CUP can enable the establishment of essential services and amenities that are currently lacking. This can improve the quality of life for residents by providing convenient access to goods and services. Number 3, flexibility and adaptability. Zoning regulations can sometimes be rigid and to accommodate or unique or innovative projects. A CUP provides the flexibility needed to adapt to a changing community needs and market conditions without compromising the overall zoning plan. Controlled development. A CUP allows for specific conditions and requirements to be imposed on the proposed use, ensuring that it aligns with the community's goals and standards. This controlled approach can mitigate potential negative impacts on the neighborhood. So in addressing potential concerns with the CUP process, one of course is traffic and congestion. Traffic studies can be conducted to assess and mitigate any potential increase in traffic, and I'll highlight mitigate in that sentence. Conditions can be imposed to ensure adequate parking, traffic management, and plans are in place for the intended use. Noise and environmental impact. Conditions related to noise levels, operating hours, and environmental safeguards can be included in the CUP to minimize any adverse effects to a community. Community input, and that's to me one of the big ones. Public hearings and community meetings can be held to gather input and address concern from the residents. This ensures transparency, community involvement in the decision-making process. Back one. Currently with the 2022 Natrona County Zoning Resolution number 46-22, Table 4.02, extractive industries are only considered under the CUP process. Additionally, the use is only considered in RAM, UA, MR1, and HI zonings. MR1 zoning is mainly the front of Casper Mountain, as we all know. The terrain is generally steep and not all uses are feasible for this type of terrain. However, materials are abundant and perhaps some valuable minerals are available only in this type of geologic setting. Section 6.4 of the Natrona County Development Plan does discuss that in more detail. That's quite a comprehensive plan. Page 38 of the Casper Mountain Master Plan also discusses material extraction and the importance of that in Natrona County. That being said, not all areas in MR1, RAM, UA, or even HI zonings are appropriate for extraction. For these reasons and the processes, benefits, and potential concerns above are to be addressed in each and every CUP or conditional use permit. The process that has gone through is valuable and essential, particularly for the extractive industry. Therefore, staff does not recommend approval of this text amendment. I'm just going to add that we're talking about not one specific situation here. We're talking about 29 square miles across the front of Casper Mountain. Even though one area may not look good, another may work very well. So that's the main reasons for our being against this amendment. Planning Commission recommendation, the Planning Commission heard the case on September 10th, 2024, and in a 4-1 vote, the Planning Commission did not recommend approval of the requested text amendment. As far as public comment went that evening, on 9/10 of 24, 32 spoke in favor of the remove the C amendment, 4 spoke in opposition. As of the date of this report, staff has received 14 written comments. 12 comments were in favor of the text amendment, 2 comments were opposed to the text amendment, and I believe there were 3 more received today in favor of the text amendment. There was a neighborhood meeting held. It was, and approximately 100 people attended. Exhibits. I don't see the notice of intent up here, but this is the CUP. You can see approximately middle of the page where MR1 and extractive industries meet, just the C crossed out simply. Let's see here. I thought there was, nope. So we're off of that now. I did have a map, which I believe is in your packet, of the potential, the area that this affects. And there was one of those areas a few years ago was removed from the MR1 zoning into UA zoning to, and there is a gravel pit in that area right now. So at any rate, with that, I'd like to entertain any questions. I've got lots of information with me this evening, so.
Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. Any questions for him?
I do.
Commissioner Laird?
So if we were to reverse the board and grant this, would that mean that that would also do away with the CUP requirement?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Laird, no, that would not do away with the CUP requirement, but it would not allow the consideration of any extractive industry in the MR1 zoning, even with the CUP requirement. So in other words, it'd be prohibited in MR1 zoning.
So the CUP would not come into effect at all?
Not at all.
If you remove the mining issue?
Correct.
So, well, that answers the question I asked you. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gustafson. Yeah, Gustafson. Thanks. It's been a day. So, but if the state requires conditional use permit from the county before they grant a permit, if the DEQ does, if we did strike this out, wouldn't that take that requirement away from the state as well? Because they couldn't ask for something that's not allowed.
That's a very good question, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, it's the problem that I see is that right now, I know that the DEQ is asking for a conditional use permit before they grant one of their permits. Well, in our process, it's required that you have a conditional use permit before all the permits from the state before you can even apply for a conditional use permit. So it's kind of it's a convoluted mess right now. I mean, and I'm going to take it back to the state land board because they're the ones that kind of initiated this. And I think there's a lot of things that have changed on the state level since this was brought to our attention back in March. And I don't know exactly where those changes have come, but I do know that what they're telling people right now. So, so that part is a little confusing because if suddenly we don't have to require a conditional use permit for extraction, I mean, I can see where that could be argued that if it's not there, then where do you go?
Yes, it is a very convoluted and confusing, kind of a circular logic type project or process, chicken or the egg kind of thing. Mr. Holbrook may be able to speak to that just a little bit more than me, being a legal mind.
Just to make it feel better, that's the same analogy I used with the chicken and the egg.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I don't believe that that is an easy answer and one that we can give you right now. I think that that's more of a complicated legal issue that's going to be, that we're in the process of researching, but I can't give you an answer right now.
Oh, okay, well, I appreciate that. That's what I needed to hear.
So I have a question, maybe two. So if we were to reverse the committee and pull mining out of MR1, what would that do to Mr. True's proposal to put mines up there?
At this point, Commissioner Laird and Mr. Chair, I believe if the board were to remove the ability to get a conditional use permit in MR1, it would make extractive industries not an allowed use there. So that he would not be able to get a conditional use permit or mine in that area.
So then, if Mr. True doesn't like that ruling, he could file a lawsuit and have the courts decide whether that was appropriate, whether the state could overrule what we say.
Correct, Commissioner Laird.
So, so there's two issues for me in this case. One is political, and one is what the law says. So with the way the law is now, if we leave it the way it is now, can Mr. True, if he gets everything from the state, come to us and ask for his conditional use permit?
If everything stays the way that it is now, then yes, he can file an application for a conditional use permit.
So then, if we take the other option of tabling this until such time as we hear from the Supreme Court on the Teton County case, what does that do to the whole project?
If this issue, Commissioner Laird, is tabled by itself, then it would just be tabling the decision on whether or not to remove the ability to get a conditional use permit, but the ability to obtain a conditional use permit would still remain available as an option.
So he would still have to come to us for a conditional use permit, and then who knows what the Supreme Court's gonna say, whether we can do that or not.
That's correct.
So, do you have an opinion on this yourself?
On this, from a development standard, the development department is recommending that we deny the application for the text amendment because it does cover such a broad area, not speaking of the gravel pit itself, but just because it is the entire area of MR1, the development department feels this is a too broad of a request.
So would we have the ability tonight as commissioners to say, okay, we're gonna shrink the 29 miles, and we're just gonna say that private developers for business purposes, as opposed to a person who lives there and wants to mine some rock for a new fireplace, can we shrink it down and remove the mining there as would be interpreted, say, by Mr. True?
I don't believe that we would be able to do that tonight. The notice that was submitted for the rulemaking was specifically to remove the C from all of MR1. I think the other way that we could approach this, if the commission wanted to do something differently, we would have to go through the rulemaking process again, submit a separate notice and provide that 45-day comment period. But that could be obtained. I believe what you're asking, shrinking it down, would essentially be a zone change for that area, potentially a creation of a different zone or rezoning the other areas of MR1 that could allow for extractive industries. But the request on the table tonight is to remove the conditional use permit, the ability to obtain that from all of MR1.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friel.
Two questions, actually. Extractive industries, what all would that include? Is it just gravel, sand, or?
That would include mining of any type. I need to look at the definition specifically because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
But it would be more than just gravel and sand.
Okay, so obviously if we remove it, we're affecting everybody within that MR1, which is just on the face of the mountain.
That's correct.
Okay, and then the second question that I have was, I think Sean, you'd mentioned there was a zone change that was done for a current pit itself to urban agriculture, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So if this was removed out of MR1, would a person have an opportunity to ask for a zone change for an area that they were wanting to mine? In particular, to go back to urban ag, and that's the first part of the question. The second part, I'm assuming that would have to be contiguous with what's already zoned urban ag, correct?
That would be correct. Otherwise, it could be considered spot zoning, and spot zoning is really not something that we would recommend. So,
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Milne.
First, Sean, the MR1 area, 29 square miles would be affected by this change of that area of that zone. I'm not going to ask you how many private property owners there are, but just a swag, about what percentage of that is private property versus public property?
just a swag there, it's probably 85 to 90% private property. I mean, mainly the public property there is state of Wyoming. I'm not aware of any BLM property in that zoning. I could be wrong though.
Just a little itty bitty piece. All right, thank you. Jer-
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it directly related to this?
I didn't quite understand your answer. What percentage of the property on Casper Mountain is owned by the people and what percent is owned by the state?
MR1 only.
MR1 only, yeah.
I believe approximately 85 to 90% is owned by private landowners.
The people sitting in here.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you.
All right. Second question, however many, for you, is if the Supreme Court comes back and says, too bad, the county can't tell the state what to do, how to lease or do anything, and we remove C, one, does that stop the proposed gravel pit? And two, does that then create two different structures within that MR1 zone for extraction? Private, you can't do it, public, you can.
Essentially, Commissioner Milne, that's exactly what would happen. We would, if the Supreme Court came down with a decision that said that counties can't regulate what happens on state lands, then we wouldn't be able to regulate what happens on those state lands. And if we remove the C and the ability to get a conditional use permit from all of MR1, then essentially there could be a gravel pit on those state lands, but not on the private lands that extend past this area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this point? And we may have some follow-up questions after public comments, so stick around. Yeah, Commissioner.
Let me just follow up with one question then. So if it comes down to where they say you cannot, we have no say over what happens on public land, but on private land, we would. Would that include roadways?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just short, just for clarification, about 1.5% is BLM.
I believe that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Sean.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman, if I wanted to get private legal advice from our county attorney on an issue here, would I be able to do that by asking for a executive meeting?
You can make a motion to go into executive session for legal counsel at any time.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, I'd ask those individuals wishing to speak in favor of TA 24-01 to please approach.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I have a handout that I'd like to go through later.
Mr. Werger, can you please state your name?
I am Greg Werger, 7,000 Coates Road.
Thank you.
And I am the applicant. So I hope that we don't turn the clock on. I would respectfully ask that. I've been through the Planning and Zoning Committee, and now I'm hearing what I'm hearing today, and we're acting like I'm asking for some bizarre thing. And my text amendment, and according to your 2022 zoning resolution, that is a process that I've gone through, and I've gone through it very faithfully and very respectfully. And it's what I'm asking for is the C to be removed from the chart you're looking at. That was put in, this chart was formulated, and MR1 zoning was formulated in 2004. So for 18 years, that C did not exist in that chart you're looking at. Do we all understand that? I'm not asking for something new. That C didn't exist. There was extractive mining was prohibited in MR1 zoning. And MR1 zoning is in fact about 30 miles wide and 2 miles deep on the face of the mountain. And MR1 zoning means mountain residential. I put the definition in there so you could read what mountain residential is, and I hope you do that because it was specific for residents. And then I've also put a chart that one of my peers helped me, what was allowed in MR1 zoning and what was not. We just heard an application. You can't put a strip club up in MR1 zoning. You can't put a restaurant. You can't put these yurts that Teton County has that people are moving in, calling them a clampering or whatever they're calling them. You can't do that up there. You can't do any of that. A contractor, if you look at it, cannot put his equipment up there or store equipment up there. Ask Mr. Westbrook. He has a business, a contracting business. He started hauling equipment up there and storing it. Somebody went to the board and he was cited and asked to remove that equipment. He's about a quarter mile from where this proposal is, or one of these proposals, and he does live in MR1 zoning. So I want to make that perfectly clear. So in the last 21 months, December 20th, 2022, we've had the C inserted. 21 months ago, that C existed. So this isn't a bizarre request that I'm asking to reverse. And at that meeting, I watched that meeting. And we had one commissioner sitting here today that said, hey, this isn't to a violent group back there. This group was violent. I watched this. He said, this isn't zoning we're initiating here. We're remodeling the zoning, and we're trying to protect the people. We got 17 counties out there that have zoning and only 6 that do not. People, we're trying to protect you. So this zoning resolution is for that purpose. We had another commissioner say, he's not here today, hey, you want to have private residence and a fourplex come up behind it? You don't want that. That was some of the selling points that at least 2 of you here tonight sold. One person here tonight voted against it because it was ramrodded so fast through that the people said, hey, on the final copy, we don't even have that in hands yet. We can't even get a hold of it till tomorrow. Why don't we wait and let these people look at that 30 days and then we'll come back? And that never happened either. We voted this 2002 resolution in, or 22 resolution in. And so I want to make that perfectly clear to everybody. And what I'm asking is to take the C out, which makes MR1 zoning extractive mining prohibited, along with everything else you see on the last few pages of that pamphlet I handed out. So what I've done in that regard is, oh, by the way, that was 30 square miles in MR1. But Neil McMurray, he wanted a gravel pit, and he was in MR1. So he applied for a zone change to UA, urban agriculture, that allowed the C was in there. So he not only applied for his own change, he applied for a CUP and was successful in getting that. So you're going to see back-to-back pages of mapping a MR1. The first one being very uniformly squared off as a rectangle. That's the way it originally was. The second one you're going to see is a big blip in there where now it's UA. So Neil McMurray got that changed. Anybody here can do that. You will hear tonight from the people that are not in favor of this that we are demolishing private landowner rights. We're not doing that. We're just taking the C out of there, so every time a gravel pit is proposed, we don't have to come up here and go through 12 months of this and the expense we've had and draining our retirement, our stress you're going to hear tonight that we all have. We're just not doing that. So I want to make that point. 30 square miles minus 1 now, so it's about 29 square miles of, if you people know how many square miles in Natrona County? 5,400. So we're asking to extract 29 square miles up to 5,400. Simple math, it's going to be a point something percentage. There's 20,000 acres in MR1 zoning. Of that, 230 acres is BLM. 4,000 acres is state, of which we know 3,400 of that state acreage is under sand and gravel leases in MR1 zoning. And 15,800 acres are private. So I do have those numbers for you. The Planning and Zoning Commission, if you haven't seen that from last week, I encourage you to go look, and I hope you have. I hope you're familiar. And if you're not, Commissioner Hutchinson thought this package was way too bizarre for that big land. Well, that it's actually less land than it was originally when we said extracting mining is prohibited. Chad McNutt, Commissioner McNutt, made the motion to approve and then voted against it. The whole thing was was bizarre. Ray Schulte said, I'm not gonna let one incident alone affect a zone change. None of us even knew what incident he was even talking about. But that was his reason. He wasn't gonna vote for it. And then a new commissioner, Sabrina Kemper, even questioned my authority to ask and apply for this C to come out, a zone change. And I scratched my head. I said, geez, Louise, lady, you just heard number one and number two were individual people that asked for zone changes, and you approved them. And now you're questioning my authority to do that? I didn't say that, but that's my thoughts on that. And thank gosh, I even put this note down for Mr. Holbrook that was well-versed in zoning resolution and what we had to do for the land use plan and the development plan. And they thought it was best at the Planning and Zoning Commission to wait for that periodic review and then change it then if we thought it needed changed. He explained there's no periodic review. This is a living document that takes changes as we go along. You will hear tonight that there's private landowner ranchers that want gravel mined on their land in the MR1 zoning. We've been doing this since mid-February, and I had a neighborhood meeting, and I sent out 900 notices for that meeting at the cost of well over $900. And I have yet to meet any of those ranchers that want their land carved up in gravel pits. So I don't know where they are, and maybe we can mention their names tonight when we talk about it, but I don't know them, and I've never heard from them, and I've never seen them. And so I want to make that point. And I want to keep reiterating, if a private rancher wants his land graveled, all he has to do is the same thing I'm doing. Go through a zone change. Ask it to be zoned UA instead of Mountain Residential 1. I'd like to request a roll call vote on any action on this tonight, on my application. I'd appreciate that. I'd like to remind us all to choose to use our power and persuasion for the good of all people, not just one or two. If there's any questions I can entertain, this lead article was provided by Tracy Lamont. It's a 1938 article where the people of Casper thought the mountain was worth protecting and the face of the mountain was worth protecting. It was their crown jewel. It was those people's crown jewel in 1938. It still should be today. And for 18 years, while we had zoning, it was our crown jewel and protected. Extractive mining was not prohibited. That's pretty much all I have tonight. I did bring this. This is Casper Official Guide and Visit Casper. Commission Lady Kemper is on the board to Visit Casper. Most every brochure you pull up and look, when we talk about Casper, this is from the ski area looking down across MR1 zoning. I don't think we want a gravel pit on the face of our mountain. And the last thing I had before I entertain questions is that a wise man once said, a good deal is not a good deal unless it's good for both parties. This isn't a good deal. And that wise man, as I've said before, is one of our founding fathers, Dave True. And he said that he wanted to cooperate with people. I don't think we're getting that here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worker. Questions?
Greg, as you're aware right now, there is an appeal before the state Supreme Court on the Teton County ruling, which basically is a little bit more widespread than what people, it can be. And my concern is I don't know exactly how they're going to rule. I don't know what they're going to say the counties have the authority to do and what the counties don't have the authority to do. And because of that, I'm a little hesitant to make a decision because I don't want to cripple any of our abilities in the future. How would you feel about tabling this until we find out what the Supreme Court actually says?
You know, Commissioner North and Mr. Chairman, I've heard that suggestion, and I've thought long and hard about that. And I don't know that it matters to us. I think we've intervened, and I'm not sure what the right word is, but we've joined in on that process that we want to support zoning in our own county that supersedes states' rights in the areas we can. Is what I'm thinking is that if the C come out, we would inform the state and we would inform DEQ, which is the state, that we have now decided, without an application in front of us, that MR1 zoning, of which the current leases are, it's prohibited to mine in our county in that band. So part of that 3,400 acres that's under lease and gravel permits from the state is UA zoned already. And that was one of the things when Mr. True came to my house in February. I said, if this is so great, he was telling me all the good things about this. We're going to keep Coates Road open in the winter. I said, we do that now. I said, if this is so great, why don't you put it beside your private land where sections 30 and 31 come up? And that was before I even knew that he had the sand and gravel leases adjacent to his own private land. The top of 30 and most all of 30 is zoned UA today. So this proposal I'm asking for wouldn't even affect that. So I thought about tabling, then I thought a roll call vote, let's see where our commissioners stand. Because we had 30 people and we had some courageous elderly ladies approach this lectern and said they favor taking the C out because of these reasons. And you'll hear them talk tonight, hopefully. I hope they come back because it's emotional and heartfelt.
It is, and I'm not debating that at all. What my concern is we have a conditional use permit right now that's required. And you guys all know, because I have said it multiple times, the requirements, the 7 requirements, all have to be met, every last one of them. And I'm not saying our zoning is perfect, and you brought it out. I'm the one that voted against that being passed because we didn't have a clean copy at that point in time. I still don't know exactly how this got brought up and got put into this. I really don't. I have absolutely no idea. Tracy's sitting there on the front row because he was there that night and he listened to it. But what I'm concerned about is what the state's going to say as far as the state's authority over state school sections versus what the county actually has authority to do. That's the part that concerns me, whereas we have something right now that at least gives us an opportunity, at least until we find out what the Supreme Court's going to say, That's the only reason why I'm saying that. If
I
we knew
understand.
if we had a crystal ball and we knew what the Supreme Court was gonna say, and they came out and they said, oh yeah, the counties have this authority, that could change everything. But right now, I don't think anybody can say that. So I don't know. That's the reason why I wanted to ask that.
I totally understand. I think either way, this thing's probably going to court. And I don't think any actions you do, or I do, or anybody else does is going to avoid court. And a CUP being required or not being required and it's prohibited to mine, I don't see any difference. And that's my position on that. So I felt I was going to go forward in my application and let the cards fall where they fall. That was one of the planning and zoning's arguments about denying me, was that, well, a gravel pit and mining, it's impossible to meet the requirements of the CUP. Oh, really? Then why don't we take it out? Does that make logical sense? It makes perfect sense to me.
I have a question.
Commissioner Laird.
You know, as a lawyer, when I have a case in front of a jury, they have a procedure called voir dire. And that's a French term, but it means something like to tell the truth, to answer questions. But what it's used for by lawyers is to find out how people feel that may be judging your case. So if you're representing somebody that's being charged with murder and some juror says, you know, I hate if he's arrested by the police, I think he's guilty, he doesn't usually get on that jury. So I'm going to reverse that on you. I'm going to reverse the question on you. Do you think you're going to get a fair trial here from all of these commissioners?
Commissioner Laird, Mr. Chairman, I never have felt that way. And from February, I've never felt that way. The Planning and Zoning Commission made me feel stronger that way. And so, to be honest with you, I was on a board working for you guys. I was on the Weed and Pest Board. I think it's one of the highest integrity boards in this town. I think it's one of the most intelligent boards in this town. And I resigned the next morning from that Planning and Zoning Commission. So I didn't feel I needed to be there. I had a professor, Don Lamb, in my engineering.
Let me interrupt you. I want a distinct answer to my question.
Okay?
Do you think that every man on this commission is going to give you a fair hearing? And if
No,
not-
I don't, Mr.
And if not, what is your issue? What's your problem? Who do you think that won't give you a fair hearing? I would ask that of anybody who gets up here. I just think, I think it's
You
something-
want me to tell you individually who I think will not give me a fair hearing?
I want to know.
And I potentially could bias my decision on this then. I don't think that's fair, no.
Well, if you don't want to answer,
And
you
I
don't
guess
have to.
I
I'm
got to
just asking.
revert I would have to go conference with Mr. Kaufman and ask him what I should say there.
Well,
I don't. I think that the C was snuck in there 21 months ago for a purpose, and now I can see the purpose. And so I think that
Well,
I
who
am.
do you think snuck it in there?
the,
I wasn't on the commission then.
the people that want to gravel the state land, who I
Okay,
think.
so the three commissioners, there were two commissioners that were on that commission.
Three.
So Mr. Nicolason, Mr. North, and Mr. Mill. So they
That's
were
correct.
there that day. And now guess what? Mr. Friel and I sat in the back and watched it ourselves.
Okay.
And quite frankly, when I saw that, and Mr. Friel can tell you what he said to me, I thought it was an abomination the way they did that. Because I didn't know what they were passing.
And the people
And-
didn't
and we-
either, I don't
we-
think.
North and I have wanted to change it since I've been on here, 2 years. because I think things have to be done by the rules and have to be done legally. Now, I don't know whether anything was done illegally or not, because I could never get a copy of those rules that was a clean cut, this is the copy we're passing. So I've always had questions in my mind about that. I'm not going to speak for Mr. Creel as to what he said, but I was here, I heard it, I know what the public said to the commissioners.
Commissioner Laird.
And so that's where I want to end this one right now.
Okay.
Mr. Werger, do you have any other questions for us?
I do not.
I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you. You are the applicant. We gave you, I think we were generous with the time. And if we have a question at the end of this that we want to come back to you, just like I told staff, we might want to come back to them. I hope you stick around.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
will.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. Since Mr. Werger had mentioned the elderly women that came up last week, I thought it only right that I come up next. I'm Carolyn Griffith, and I live on Coates Road. Over the past 7 months, I've studied past and current planning and zoning regulations, as well as various iterations of the Casper Mountain Land Use Plan. Mountain Residential 1 zoning allows only for one primary dwelling per 10 acres. That might be a 900-acre home, but you're only allowed to put one on it. From what I've read in the county's documents, the main reasons why only one primary dwelling is allowable include the following: impacts on the delicate water supply on the face of the mountain, impact on riparian and wildlife habitat, view shed, and slope degradation. There are many other reasons. According to the EPA, the average person uses 82 gallons of water per day. Extractive industrial operations will exponentially use more than that. Think about that. Zoning density is limited to a single dwelling per 10 acres, but the expanse of a mine operation could stretch tens to hundreds of acres. Given that information alone, I believe there's just cause to remove the C as it applies to extractive industrial operations, as it did previous to 2022. I expect you may hear about the taking of private property rights later, and Mr. Werger mentioned this as well. There are several hundred private property owners throughout Mountain Residential 1. It is acknowledged through Natrona County's own documentation that the water supply within MR1 is fragile. You're aware of it. We've talked about it numbers of times. Risking unnecessary impact to legally held water rights by homeowners in MR1 may certainly be viewed as a taking. So to say that removing the C is a taking, I would counteract to say removing people's, having an impact on people's water rights is a taking, and certainly having an impact on their homes and home values is a taking. And this includes the entire 29 miles MR1, not just one particular area. Regarding our neighboring ranchers residing in MR1, and I think this is an important point, Section 4.08.02, letter B, in the Planning and Zoning Code states, private non-commercial sand, gravel, and aggregate extraction of limited duration, 6 months or less, are exempt from these regulations. So, in essence, what this means is that our ranchers can get their own gravel for their own use, for their ponds, lining their road, or lining a pond, for their roads or whatever. Additionally, I believe, as Mr. Werger does, that there may be an option for a zoning variance following predefined guidelines, and has been used before. I was not one of the elderly women that bravely came up last week. I wasn't able to attend the planning and zoning hearing, but I was able to view it, and I'm appreciative of that opportunity through the YouTube option. But here's some of the notable things that I witnessed. 32 people spoke in favor of removing the C, and an additional 12 people submitted written statements to the same. Some of them merely gave examples because they felt it was appropriate to, as they have a vested interest as they live and reside in MR1. So they live up there. Maybe they live on Coates Road or Squaw Creek. They gave examples of the impact it would have on them as an MR1 resident. On the other hand, some of the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission seemed somewhat confused about what was being asked of them. One member even stating, and I quote exactly, "We're being asked to make a decision about a gravel pit, but we don't even have an application." And I would argue that's not what they were being asked. We weren't asking that. People came up time and time and time and time and again, and every single one of them said, "And I'm for removing the C." So they were asked to prohibit extractive industrial operations from residential areas. And I'm not sure that the Planning and Zoning Commission all really truly had an understanding of what they were voting on or were really fully prepared. And I think maybe during the open comment period, I'd like to talk about that just briefly. So in closing, I'm glad to have this opportunity. I'm thankful for, your listen and your intent, and hope that, you weigh in appropriately on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to ask this question. I need to ask this question. This is the only, last time I'm going to ask the question. Do you think you're going to get a fair hearing here tonight from all the commissioners, based on what you know?
Part of my comments today included, we're being asked to trust a process that's already failed us. And that's hard for me to say because I'm telling you, I'm a kid from a military family that has a lot of faith in our government. And I've worked for the government my whole career. And I know what people put into it. So do I think I'm going to get a fair shake? And we're all going to get a fair shake? All the people that live in the 30 expanses or 29 miles of MR1? I pray so. And I pray every day we do. And I have to believe that. And as naive as that may be, I'm sorry that I have to admit that. And everybody may not agree here, and I'm sorry for that.
You have to say what you have to say.
But I know I trust people, and that's maybe doofus, frankly.
Thank you, Carolyn.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
We need to go into executive
Yes.
session
I have a motion to go into executive session.
for the purpose of,
Getting some legal advice.
is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're in executive session.
We'll be right back.
Well, I think we're going to continue public comment, and I know Commissioner North will be joining us in a minute. Others wishing to speak in favor, please approach. And ma'am, thank you.
Helen Hoff. I live at 611 Goodstein. That's the southwest corner of Goodstein and Casper Mountain Road. So I'm in Mountain Residential Zone 1. I got a nice letter saying you'd have this meeting and the planning and zoning meeting. I didn't get a letter, and I've lived there 40 years when that seed was put on there. That tells me they followed improper procedure in getting the seed on there. And Mr. Werger has followed proper procedure, requesting that it be rolled back. That's why I'm speaking in favor of the request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Others wishing to speak in favor?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Jim Harvey on Squaw Creek Road. I'm here to express full support for the Werger text amendment. This amendment is vital for protecting a small yet significant area of our county. Base of Casper Mountain, industrial activities like mining are inappropriate for this area due to its mixed residential, accessory agriculture, and recreational value, and should be prohibited. While the mining industry contributes to Natrona County, the MR1 zone has unique land use priorities. The Casper Mountain Land Use Plan and zoning documents specify that MR1 is intended to protect areas with steep slopes and natural hazards with special development standards that do not apply to most other zones. Casper Mountain is one of our community's three greatest treasures, the Platte River, the citizenry being the other two. People come here for natural beauty, outdoor activities, and quality of life. Whether it's hiking, skiing, or simply enjoying the view, Casper Mountain is central to the well-being of residents. The face of Casper Mountain, the first thing people see, is the curb appeal of our community. One stated county goal is to encourage open space on the north face of Casper Mountain to protect the watershed and the viewshed. Allowing mining at the base of Casper Mountain would disrupt this natural resource. You'd sacrifice the beauty and the appeal of this community treasure. MR1 is for living, not digging. Over 18,000 people agree the recreational, residential, and scenic value of this area, at least at Coates Road and Squaw Creek, is something to cherish and preserve. Once mining begins, the alterations to the landscape, the disruption to the outdoor activities cannot be easily reversed, if ever. This is about keeping what makes this community attractive to new residents and local businesses. The zoning resolution says the purpose of a CUP is to ensure that any proposed use is carefully reviewed and subject to conditions that limit its adverse effects. At the very least, the use must not impair adjacent property or alter the neighborhood's character. What makes the character of MR1 neighborhood? The intent and purpose of the MR1 district is to establish and protect areas for low-density, residential, and accessory agriculture uses in accordance with the 2022 Casper Mountain Land Use Plan. We all know that residential is accessory agriculture. Uses generally include a small-scale farming and ranching, livestock rearing and gardening, activities to support the primary residential function. Based on this definition alone, mining in MR1 could not otherwise leave the neighborhood's character unaltered. Therefore, no conditional use permit should ever be allowed for mining in MR1. So why leave it as an option? MR1 is for living, not for digging. No number of conditions can fully protect two of Casper's natural gems, Casper Mountain and Natrona County citizens, which is why it was a bad idea to add mining as a conditional use a year and 9 months ago, and why it should be prohibited now. MR1 is for living, not digging. Some have argued that this amendment infringes on property rights, but this misunderstands how our society functions. The founding fathers recognized the idea of social contract where citizens agree to specific rules and limits in exchange for protection and order. Mining, unlike the right to free speech, is not a God-given right. It's a regulated activity subject to laws designed to prevent harm. Zoning laws, like those that prevent mining in residential areas, are part of this agreement to live safe and structured community. Please vote in favor of amending this approval for the Werger text. This will protect Casper Mountain for the future generations, unless the state government vetoes it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Others wishing to speak in favor?
I brought notes. My name is Melissa Huguet. I reside at 4521 New Market Circle. That's not located in the MR1. Like many in our community, I've been paying attention to the broad range of issues surrounding the proposed gravel pit on Casper Mountain. If I didn't know better, I would think that this was some Hollywood movie plot or an episode of Yellowstone. The theme being greed, pure and simple. I'm here tonight to convey my support for removing the C out of the zoning chart. Extractive industries in MR1 zone should be disallowed as it was prior to 2022. I understand that this is in complete opposition to the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation. Truly, I'm unclear what that recommendation was based on. It certainly wasn't based on fact or what was shared at that meeting. So I implore each of you to listen to what is being shared tonight and what has already been shared. As a member of this community, I do not want the face of the mountain scarred. One doesn't have to live in MR1 to feel that way. I do not want the habitat or wildlife disturbed. I do not want to jeopardize water or air quality. Please do not let this greedy plot play out. I'm here tonight to convey my support for removing the C out of the zoning chart. Extractive industries in Mountain Residential 1 zone should be disallowed as it was prior to 2022. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Just keep coming. If you're speaking in favor.
Jason Knope, 4760 Ross Ridge Road. I'd like to say that I am in favor of removing the C as far as this text amendment. We've extensively gone over kind of the watershed and how the water reacts into this, on the most part, the west side of the mountain. We've looked now beyond scenic route and over to Hat 6, which is where MR1 goes from Hat 6 to Goose Egg Road, basically. There's 230 wells that rely on the water that goes through MR1. Every single one of those water wells relies on water that goes through MR1. There's 7 wells that don't rely on the water that actually directly flows through MR1. 2 of those wells are drilled over 3,000 feet. And we've gone over one of them, since 2 of them, actually we've gone over both of them. One was McMurray's, and the other one is just below my property. And that was the depth that they had to go to ensure the flow that they wanted to get. You can hit water if you want to dig or drill, but the way the mountain is set up is you would have to hit fractures. If you're going to go beyond the short, shallow aquifer that we're all relying on, the uncapped, unprotected aquifer that all 230 wells are relying on, you've got to go down to that depth. There's just not a guarantee that a 5-acre home, if you're going to remove his water rights to that depth, that you're going to be able to find that fracture without going to that depth. And so that's an extreme burden to require everyone that lives on MR1 or below MR1. And so this isn't really a mine or against a mine that in a specific area. This is really more protecting everyone's rights that live on MR1 and live below MR1. So I'm for this amendment because I am against taking away people's livelihoods that they are already established in that area. A lot of the mines that these people are going to bring up, the community grew around those mines. Some of those subdivisions chose to be in there after the mines were in place. Some of those mines were in place for a long time. So they're going to bring up mines in town and mines in other areas of the community. But a lot of those have been chosen to be lived next to. We were already chosen to live off of this water prior to mining operations in MR1. So I'd like to say again that I'm for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners and Chairman. I am Brian Coates. I live at 5446 Coates Road. I am in favor of removing the C for the text amendment. A conditional use permit ensures the proper integration of uses into a community. It addresses suitability in specific locations and seeks to mitigate the potential for detrimental impacts. The issue we are asking you to address tonight concerns the applicability of conditional use permits in MR1. We request that you remove the conditional use provision relating only to extractive industries in that the permit process fails to align with permitted and non-permitted uses. As you have heard or will hear, MR1 maintains a host of permitted uses, including restaurants, childcare, schools, and private campgrounds. In general, MR1 is residential and was established to protect areas of low density housing and accessory agricultural uses. Given the purpose of the zone and the otherwise permitted uses, this begs the question of whether or not extractive industries should be allowed. We contend that extractive industries have no place in MR1. We contend that conditional use permits related to extractive industries in MR1 are improper for the following reasons. They seek only to mitigate the anticipated detrimental effects of a project. They provide flexibility to land use boards, which can be beneficial or aversive depending on who grants or denies the permitting. They fail to conform to the litany of non-permitted uses, some of which are far less impactful. It is noteworthy to state that a shooting range and a veterinary clinic must follow the same process as a mining operation, despite the apparent differences in scope and complexity. Finally, to address the issue of takings, the removal of the conditional use provision does not preclude individuals from seeking zoning changes to properties they actually own. If developing private land is desired, go through the proper channels. We've already heard this. You can go through the proper channels if you want to change your zoning on your ranch or your property. Don't take away our right to enjoy our property and its value through a process that provides the illusion of protection in the MR1 zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Walter Mershott. I live at 6670 Coates Road. I'm not sure if you're familiar with where my property is, but I am just immediately south of Section 36. And south of me, Mr. True has several thousand acres. He has on his wish for mining. Obviously, Section 36 is where he's working at right now. So basically, the property that I have, that my wife and I have worked on, our quality of life, everything we own is surrounded by Mr. True's potential gravel operation. The reason I'm voicing this concern is because I am opposed, as you probably know, to mining gravel on the front of Casper Mountain, as there are at least pushing 20,000 Casper residents that also don't want mining on the front of Casper Mountain. It should be brought out that Greg and Carolyn and others probably said everything over and over again, all the reasons that people don't want the mines on the front of the mountain. But one thing that I want to impress upon you and just have you think about is the term MR1. What does MR stand for? It stands for Mountain Residential. Mr. True would prefer it to stand for Mining Residential. I am opposed to that. Again, I want to make sure you understand that. It's not mining, it's residential for people. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Ann Kreutzer. I live at 5465 Coates Road. I find it ironic that for approximately 18 years, if not longer, we've lived without extractive mining in mountain residential zoning, and now almost simultaneous to the lease of state land and a proposal of extractive mining in this MR1 zoned area, we're having to defend why mining should not be allowed. I do not want to have to defend my neighborhood, my house, or my family anytime someone wants to mine near or around mountain residential zoning. The county does not need to spend time and money to come up with something that has worked previously, which to my understanding would be removing the C from the MR1 zoning. Regardless of what has transpired over the last few years, I know for a fact that I'd never stand before you and ask you to add any laws, provisions, or amendments that would include extractive mining in or around my MR1 zone neighborhood, or for that matter, anywhere on the face of Casper Mountain. The current application process and regulations imposed on extractive mining at this time are not sufficient for any residential area, and they should have been addressed prior to allowing a change to MR1 zoned areas. The process set forth at this time would not protect my family and my residents from the repercussions of extractive mining activities, and until there is accountability in these requirements and regulations, removing the ability to apply for extractive mining of any kind in a mountain residential zone neighborhood is the only choice. I am in favor of removing the C from the zoning chart.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Fred Cook. I do live off of Coates Road. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, so I don't have notes like everyone else. But as I was sitting here this evening, I'm speaking on behalf of the next generation, the people who come after me. And I believe MR1, Mountain Residential, was thought about 18 years ago as well. And I'm hoping to think about the next 18 years too, in the sense of I actually have been to lots of Mr. True's things, and I actually appreciate how much he's working to try to limit the effect of the mine. I think he's done that. I believe he's a man of his word and would actually drill the wells and all of those things. But as I was sitting there tonight and I watched, I don't have an opinion on the liquor license, but when I watched how quickly something that you guys set up to protect, as you shared, due to impacts of the previous liquor license, I realized it was just voted on and handed over. And now there is no strings to that. Mr. True, I believe, would honor his word and do all of that, but in an instant, it can be sold to another company. And they didn't promise those things. I appreciate his promise, but the next company that can happen in just a vote, it's over. Now, all those things he promised, we don't get to live under. So really the question is, commissioners, as the people who are voting on the things that affect the community, I appreciate the work you guys do. I just think you have to ask yourself, whether it's Mr. True or someone in the future, is MR1 designed for any mining? Just because I live off of Coates Road doesn't mean I don't believe it should be done on Hat 6 either. because it was zoned for a reason. People like you sat and talked about those things of what should we zone this, because we're a community and we live in a community, and what people do affect us, whether it's their private land or not. So I think I want to remove the C because I want to remove it for the next generation too, so that we protect the mountain residential, because it won't be Mr. True next time. He's born and raised here, he's a part of the community, so he's doing what he can to do his business, but ultimately the next guy won't have that. So we need to protect the future that isn't here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, I'm Dr. Ruth James. I live on Squaw Creek Road. People have talked about the private land taking. A gravel pit is a permanent and irreparable and irreversible public land taking. It would damage the watershed, damage the view shed that the community has made so many efforts and spent so much money in trying to attract people. Having a gravel pit there would permanently destroy all of that. People want kids to stay in Casper and to come back after they've gone to school and such. Let's leave them something to come back to. Let's not sell our souls and our children's souls for some mess of pottage or for some businessman's profit. Please support Mr. Werger's proposal and remove the C. Return it to what it was for so many years and should be again, because mining should be permanently banned across the face of Casper Mountain. Mining of any kind, not just gravel. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Sharon Mershot, 6670 Coates Road. I could stand here and talk about what it would be like to have industry in my front yard, but what I would like to say to you, commissioners, please be decisive. You were fast and decisive in putting the C in. Try to do the right thing and take it out.
Thank you, ma'am. Others wishing to speak in favor?
Tracy Lamont, 9855 Crimson Dawn Road. Got a couple of numbers here to go through, but I was very instrumental in the 1984 Casper Mountain Land Plan. And it was emphatic at that time to protect the front of the Casper Mountain. And I'm not so sure there was an MR1 at that point in time. I'd have to go back and look at it for sure. Used to know that book by chapter and verse on them, but when you get old, you remember something a little bit on them. But 2004, I did look at that right before it came down today. And caught a paragraph in there. They're talking about slope protection, view shed protection, and watershed protection on the north slope on it. And then they refer back to the 1984 land plan. So if I've done my math right, that's 38 years, isn't it? We're not talking 18. We're talking that many years. And I think if we looked at those plans real closely and correlated them back to the zoning ordinances that were in place, you'll probably find that the everything is consistent with an MR1, and there was no mining at that point in time on them. So I have a question for you, and I want an answer for this. You don't have to answer me tonight. Why did we run so fast to add that C, in whose direction? Who authorized the addition of the C to the 2022 plan? Somebody needs to belly up and answer that question. That was done. I have my suspicions. There was somebody that we're just dying to get into that 2022 plan and be the liaison for that was on the commission. And I think we can have a one-on-one discussion with that one, but that needs to be made public. How did that get added in there? It's pretty obvious it wasn't a typo. It was a wham bam, thank you, Sam. And I can remember Dallas, you and Steve, and we were back in the back of the room. I was shaking hands with you guys, but you were here that night. I know that well. Another number I'd like to throw out, there was 80,000 people in the 2022 census for Natrona County. We throw out half of those as being kids, that's about 40,000 people. Ironically, that same year, there was 35,312 people that voted in the primary presidential election. So 18,000 people, almost 20,000 people have signed a petition. I have to say most of those were voting age. There's a few of them we can probably throw out of there, but they've sent the message pretty loud and clear. So, you know, if you're interested in re-election numbers, there they sit on them. So I think that brings me up to the next thing is my dog in the hunt here is the natural aesthetic qualities that draw to the community. The crown jewel we've talked about, Dallas and I have used that since other people have too as well. I mean, that's a big attraction. And we found the article from 1938 of people saying, protect it, protect it, protect it. The stress level. I just have bullet points here I've written down. I think Carolyn hit the nail on the head tonight. That's the ultimate. These people are pushed to the max. We don't need a damn mine, excuse the French, a gravel pit across the face of the mountain, and that's just going to open the door for the next company. And by the way, I made my living at selling blast hole drills, and one of my customers is here tonight that supported me for years on it, and it's hard for me to go against the grain. I haven't been in that business, but even if I was still selling drills, I'd be up here preaching the same story tonight. We need to protect our crown jewel, not tear it down. And these people are stretched, they're like rubber bands. They've been here consistent. I've never seen the stick-to-itiveness of the amount of people here for the same cause, going all the way back to March, and I don't think they're going to go away. We talked about why the C was added. I've got that one down. I'm consistent with everyone else. What everyone has said tonight, I concur with 100%. Remove the C from the extractive industries. And that's about all I have to say on them. But I would just, one last thing, call upon Kyle and the True family is good friends of the family, have been for years, and they're good customers. And Kyle's granddad and so forth, and industrial distributors, but we were involved in the business world here in town on it. But Kyle, there's other gravel. Steve, there's other gravel out laying around the hillsides. Let's not deface our whole mountain. Mickey slipped one through. He slipped us a Mickey when he got the UA approved for where we're hauling gravel out by the country club now. And that's all in an MR1 too as well. I've almost got it, Peter, on it. So not doing too bad for ad-libbing on him. But anyway, he snuck that by us. And just because Mickey got it done doesn't make it right. And Kyle, I'm begging you. One last time, I'm pleading with you. And Carol breaking down tonight is a good indication of how people feel. And, you know, I was looking over at you at that point in time. I don't think that was a real Kyle moment. Let's do away with this gravel pit. And let's tell the state they did wrong. I know if it ends up in court, it's going to be a battle, but we don't need a gravel pit. We open the door for one, it's just going to be that all the way across there. And we don't need that for our kids and their kids to see in the future. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, Tracy.
Anna Knope, 4760 Ross Ridge Road. My fear of you guys tabling this tonight is that it gives Mr. True time to complete his application. And I don't think any of us know the answer, but would he be grandfathered in if it's decided that you guys do remove the C after the lawsuit happens with Teton County? It scares us even if it's tabled. The other thing is, even if the court case goes in favor of the state and there's a CUP condition on Coates Road, is that where we're putting all our hopes and dreams, is on the conditional use permit for Coates Road? I think he's gonna be able to mitigate everything on Coates Road, and it has nothing to do with the water resources that we're all worried about. Our house is nowhere near Coates Road or Squaw Creek. We're out in the middle of nowhere. As I said before, at the planning and zoning, we won't have access to haul water in the winter. If you have to dig 2,000 feet, our house does not have the power, which is considered phase 3, to pull up 2,000 feet. Like, some of this you can't fix. And so in our case, a conditional use permit that's specific to Coates Road won't do us any good. And I don't know about all the rest of the wells, but I am in favor of removing the C.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Sheila Jolahars, and I live at 3720 West 45th Street in Wolf Creek. I too was not planning on speaking tonight. However, I was listening to the gentleman discuss how he wasn't planning on speaking, and he listened to you approve the liquor license for the gentleman out at Rax. And that really hit home for me. A lot of you know that live in Squaw Creek and Coates Road. 45 days ago, 2 months ago, me and another gal had to rescue a dog that had a bucket on its head. And he traveled from Coates Road all the way over to Squaw Creek. I truthfully had not been in those areas. I've lived here all my life, 44, just turned 44, sorry, 44 years. And I have been up in that area hunting when I was younger and didn't even know it. My dad had told me, we went up hunting in Coates Road, deer hunting, and back then, you could get access at any time. While trying to catch this dog, I am just seeing the beauty in this place. I see all the wildlife, the calmness. If you just go up there and you just shut everything off and just listen, you hear everything. This dog that we were trying to catch felt so safe in that area that he was uncatchable for 45 days. Thankfully, we were able to catch him, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to say that, just like that gentleman mentioned, the C and the MR1 will allow not just Mr. True, who is local and who cares about this community, who grew up and was raised here and sees the mountain for everything that we see, but you have other states, companies that are going to come in and mine our mountain. Once they realize that it can be mined, they're going to do it. I personally don't know a whole lot about the area that's being mined currently over by Country Club, but a couple months ago, my boyfriend had sent me a picture and said, look at this. And I'm like, where did this come from? Why is this even being mined? I was not educated on this as I am now. These trucks are going past Wolf Creek. They're going on Outer Drive past Wolf Creek. I never really heard noises before these trucks came. Now constantly you're hearing trucks drive by, and we're having some construction done on CY Avenue, and I'm already seeing cracks in the new gravel that they've laid, the concrete. And I wholeheartedly believe that it's all these trucks that are coming through from Country Club taking it out to Mills.
I have several friends that live in Mills that are just besides themselves because the dust and, I mean, the wind here, you guys, we all live here. Up in Wolf Creek especially, I said this before in the first meeting I attended here, it is the worst that I've ever seen in Casper, Wyoming. And I've lived in 4 other places in Casper. Just yesterday, we had a little tidbit of what Mother Nature's gonna do for us this winter, and I just can't even imagine what it's gonna be like this winter between snow and dust. I have a friend that lives over in Sunrise area, down actually off of 25th and Kaufman, and she said the wind is horrible there. She goes, we're going to be affected here, if there's a gravel pit put there. So it's not just affecting us mountain folks, it's affecting the whole community, all of Casper. If you drive to Colorado, there's fog, there's smog, there's pollution. We don't have that here in Wyoming. You could sit out on an evening and see the clear skies. And I just think with the gravel pit, it's going to change not just the environment, but also, our air quality and our environment. It's just not going to be a good thing. There's definitely elsewhere to go with this. And I am definitely I am for, taking the C out of the MR1. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman, commissioners, is that right? Because I was not going to get up and talk either. However, Sheila got up, and I was one of the 3 trying to catch the dog. I am now owner of the
What's your
dog.
name?
Oh, sorry. Gay LeGrand, 5706 Kings Row.
Thank you.
And 5706 Kings Row, we just built it. It's our retirement home. It faces the mountain, and we're between Squaw Creek and Coates Road. So I believe that when this mining starts, it's going to be right out my front window. I read an article where Mr. True said if he believed even 20% of what we are saying is going to happen would happen, that he would not pursue this. And more than 20%, it's going to change our way of life, the beauty of Casper Mountain, and everything that everybody else has already said. So I am in favor of taking the C off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Riley Fars. I live at 5950 Coates Road, and I am for removing the C. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Tony Valdez, 4670 Coates Road. And for reasons that you heard tonight and over the months in the past, all these meetings, I think I'm in favor of removing the C. We don't need to be another Butte, Montana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner, Chairman. My name is Roberto Fars. I live on 5950 Coates Road. First of all, I'm in favor of removing the C, clearly. But I want to bring another perspective to this that made me think of basically sometimes when you see something every day and you're from here, I've only been here 29 years in the United States. When you see it every day, sometimes you don't appreciate it. But I remember the first time I drove on Coates Road, which was about 15 years ago. I just driving up that road and I said, wow, I think I could live here. Because of that, I saw the mountain. Now, I've been to many countries, every town in this state, other states. Do you know how many towns would love to have something beautiful as this? with the river, just to go there and have some harmony and look at the beauty. But people come to fish here from all over the world for the trout and the Platte River. I even advertise it in everywhere I go because I'm not from here, but I'm very proud of Casper and the way it looks. Gillette wishes they had this. Rock Springs wishes they have this. All these little towns like in the middle of nowhere, this is like, you know, you got Yellowstone, you have the Bighorns, and I lived in Sheridan, and I moved from Sheridan to Casper because the mountain really, I said, man, it really struck me. And I had to remind my wife, says, you know, my whole, she's from Casper for generations. I said, you know, you got a beautiful mountain there. And that's why I wanted to bring this up. Sometimes we don't appreciate something until you lose it. And this is irreversible. And again, I'm not against businesses, this or that, but that's why I moved there, because I remember the real estate guy said, hey, this is MR1. What's that mean? I said, oh, it's mountain residential. It's a residence. He explained the whole thing. You know, it's a place you could raise your family. I said, oh, that's, you know, my kids can run without being scared of getting run over. There's wildlife. I mean, what a perfect, I said, place to raise kids. This is a great community. And now, of course, that I live there, the community is great. And these people, man, they're warriors. I was like, I admire them so much for standing up for all they worked for and everything, and try to preserve this beauty for future generations. Every day I see tons of cars parked there, biking. I'm not going to talk about all the bad things that you already know of, and there's articles and there's this, but we need to appreciate what we have. This town, we should be proud of what we have and not let it go, because everybody admires it. And you can spin off so much business and commercials and PR just by the mountain alone, to entice people to move here, settle here. And the more people you have and the more people they settle, the more the economy grows, and it's better for everybody. We need people in this world. We don't need less people. We need more people. And I got a minute left. But so I hope you remove the C, and to Commissioner North about that thing, about if this Supreme Court decides, oh, we're going to do this way or that way. Either way it goes, they're going to do, if it goes for the state, they're going to do whatever they want anyway. Either you have the C, no C, double C, triple C. If they decide we do what we want, we're going to do it. So it really doesn't make a difference what we're trying to do. And plus, I didn't even know that the C was taken away, and I live here. I would have really been upset 2 years ago. Nobody ever told me, because that's the only reason why I moved there, because of mountain residential, where people raise families and have a community picnics and riding and all that. You live in town. And so thank you very much. I am for removing the C. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Paulette Bray. I live at 7150 Coates Road, and I'm in favor of removing the C also.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet Perry, and I live at 5421 South Okipa in the Indian Springs development off of Highway 220. And I also am in support of taking the C out of the zoning chart. I ride my horse in the state land that's there off of Webb Creek in Indian Springs, and it's the peaceful time of my day when I'm on her, riding in that open country. It's quiet, it's beautiful, it's peaceful. I've seen people out there hunting antelope, and it'd be a shame to ruin our mountain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Phyllis Werger and live at 7,000 Coates Road, and I'm in favor of removing the C. And there is 4,000 acres of state land in this state. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cheryl Juby. I live at 5285 Squaw Creek Road, and I am in favor of removing the C of this amendment.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Pam Mills, and I live at 1301 Beaumont Drive, and I, too, am in favor of removing the C from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christy Sutton, Squaw Creek Road. I'm in favor of removing the C.
Thank you.
Tom Sawyer, 4081 Swingle Acres Road. I'm in favor of removing the C.
Thank you.
I'm Melissa Law, 3330 Navarre. I don't live on Coates Road, obviously, but I've spent a lot of time up there, walking my dogs, enjoying the area. I love Casper. I love Casper Mountain. And I love my friends dearly who I'm having to watch endure all of this. So for that reason, I am in favor of removing the C.
Thank you.
Paul Van Heist, 5485 Coach Road. I am in favor of removing the C. Thank you.
I'm Janice Valdez, 4670 Coates Road. I'm in favor of removing the C.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Antrim, 2221 Kingsbury Drive. I'm not a Wyoming native, moved to Casper in 1980, but left a flatland place, Iowa, and I love this place. I love it more than I can say. And I love the people that are in here too, more than I can say. They're amazing fighters. Driving home from camping into Bighorns last week, we come down I-25 and we look out at that mountain. It's what you're looking for. You want to see it. It's there. It's pure. It's not all screwed up. It looks beautiful. We thought about that as we drove home on Thursday from being up there. I'm for removing the C, and I'm for keeping this place beautiful. Casper's a beautiful place to be with great people.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Curtis Clamp, and I live on 3102 Harrington Street, and I'm for removing the C for one reason is nobody seems to know, have the documents of how it got on there in the first place, the way I understand it, so I'm for removing it.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, Bruce Coates, 5454 Coates Road, Field Creek Ranch. I'm in favor of removing the C, but I want to chat, being that Roberto didn't give us an antidote. So, in Kyle's own defense, in his own words, if he gets in there, he will keep this a 15-acre pit. he would control the road. And in his other words, he said, expect this operation to last for 30 to 60 years. That's what I want. 30 to 60 years of trucks and trucks and trucks and no traffic and people trapped in their homes and can't get anywhere. You know, we could stop this all right now by you guys just putting a kibosh on Coates Road. He's landlocked out. But I think we remove the C. It's not going to matter either way. It's going to end up somewhere of a court battle. If you close the road, it's going to end up that way. So, you know, use your best judgment. But I'm in for the fight, and it'll probably be a real fight. Thank you.
Stephanie Schaefer, Navarre Road. I'm in favor of removing the C.
Jim Miller, 1301 Beaumont Street Drive. I'm in favor of moving to C.
Elizabeth Ramsden. I live at 6510 Coates Road. I'm not going to talk about the loss of my water with my 8-foot well, my livestock, the road, property values, but I do want to share a story. 2 months ago, we hired a new employee. She moved here from Minnesota. When I asked her why she moved to Casper, she said she came here, no job, no house, but when she was a teenager, she got stuck on Casper Mountain. She said she decided at that point that she loved that mountain and she was going to come back here someday. 30 years later, she talked her husband into quitting their jobs. They moved here and they live on the mountain. And I think that says something about the beauty of the mountain and what makes it special and why we should save it. So I'm for taking the C out. Thank you.
Ma'am, what was your last name? Elizabeth, what was your last name? Robson. Thank you.
Good evening. Tom Carpenter, 417 Oleander Street. Everybody spoke loud and clear tonight. Remove the C.
Thank you.
Hi there, Krista Cooper, 5990 Coates Road, and I am also in favor of removing the C.
Thank you.
My name's Derek Rudd. I live at 13011 East US 2026 Evansville. I'm not from Casper, but I've been on the business side of it before. And like he's promised to be a small mine, the guy we did business with promised it to be small as well. And they ended up selling out and turned out to be real bad for that community. And I hope it doesn't happen here because we have a lot of friends and family up on that mountain. So I hope you guys do what's right.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
My name is Jim Porter. I live at 1801 Fairwood Commons Avenue, Casper. On the east side, that's quite a ways away from where this is proposed. But I've lived here long enough to know what direction the wind blows, which apparently some people have not. My parents moved here when I was 15 in 1963. That mountain was part of the reason that they moved here. They love the outdoors, the fishing and the hunting, and all the amenities and so forth. I'm concerned about anything I do now is for future generations. I'm for my grandsons and stuff like that. I know the people that are applying for this. They're friends of mine and Rotary Club. And it's a shame. I hope afterwards we'll still be friends, but they've got to open their eyes and do the right thing. For you guys to ignore what's going on, there's over 18,000 people that are, just imagine all of them sitting out here tonight saying, you guys need to do the right thing. And Dallas, you and I go a long, long ways back. And to answer your question, I do trust you. I voted for every one of you, and I do trust you to do the right thing. And I am in favor of removing the C.
Steve Logan, 5280 Squaw Creek. I'm in favor of removing the C. One of my big thoughts that just come to my mind is the traffic, of course, that'll be running up and down that road. Whether it's going to be a person's dog with a bucket over their head that they're trying to retrieve, the person chasing that dog, or some family member out walking that road. I would sure not want that blood on my hands, knowing that I can make the right decision of saving a life and not worried about somebody running over someone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Last call for anyone else wishing to speak in favor of removing the C. All right, we're going to turn to anyone wishing to speak against or who are opposed to TA 2401.
Hello, Steve Lofton, 6471 White Deer Trail. I am opposed to removing the C as a matter of policy. The zoning laws can overwhelm huge areas of land with a one-size-fits-all rule. And I think you need to keep the CUP a way to look for things that are different. All the land on the front of Casper Mountain isn't all the same. Parts of it can be seen from the river or from north. Some of it can't be. All gravel pits aren't the same. Some are shallow, some are deep. Some take small areas, some take large. So I think it's the policy that I disagree with removing the option of having a CUP.
Thank you.
My name is Kyle True. I'm at 1474 Wheeler Drive. And with Prism Logistics, it's our leases that have caused a lot of consternation and concern. I believe you have a letter that I sent, and so I won't repeat all the things stated in the letter. I do believe this would be a takings of private property rights, especially from those who have fee surface and fee minerals. Also, it's much more challenging to find aggregate appropriate to construction needs of this community than many people think in Natrona County. It's very easy to find sand. It's very easy to find clay. Pretty easy to find dirt here and there. But aggregate, especially granite-based aggregates, very challenging to find outside of MR1, which I would like to clarify. I don't think any of MR1 has the trees of the face of the Casper Mountain. It's all the slopes beneath that. And it comes all the way down to Outer Drive. So MR1 has thousands of acres of private property that have no homes on them, and to remove the possibility of those people developing their aggregate would be a concern to me. I'd like to clarify that the Wyoming DEQ would not allow a rancher to gather up the rocks on their property and remove the rock from their property without a mining permit. That's the current position of the Wyoming DEQ. So if there's no potential for a CUP, and if it's not allowed in that area, then it would prevent a rancher from doing that on their own land and removing the rock from their land. That's the current regulation. Last thing I'd like to say tonight, each industry is called on itself on occasion to defend itself before the public or explain itself before the public. And the mining industry is no different. And tonight we can see that the mining industry has done a terrible job. And people think that if there's a mining operation in an area, that it ruins the area. And I would like to suggest that each mine should be given, or each operation should be given an opportunity to explain itself and to describe how it may or may not do so, and to respond to every concern, every question. The CUP process allows for that, and I think that's appropriate. And if they're persuasive, then they move forward. If they're not persuasive, they wouldn't move forward. But I think that the mining industry has some great track record. There may be some blights, and there may be some problems, but there's a great track record of improving the land, reseeding and reclaiming in a way that's more durable in drought season, increases the per square foot or acre carrying capacity of the land. And so I think that to remove it from an entire area of what I'd call the foothills of Casper Mountain, but really not the face of Casper Mountain, I think would be a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Others wishing to speak in opposition to TA 2401? Anyone else wishing to speak against TA 2401? There being no others to speak for or against TA 2401, I now declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner North.
Mr. Chairman, there's been a lot of questions about this. We got some answers from our legal department tonight that helped out. I do want to say that I appreciate everybody coming out and expressing what your thoughts were. This has been an ongoing event, and you guys know it, ever since March, but and we've had a lot of conversations and everything else. Right now, after having legal advice, I would make a motion that we take the C out. And there's a lot of problems with the zoning, and I'm going to be the first one to tell you that. I have absolutely no idea how this got in there, and that's the truth. And I don't know if we'd ever find out just exactly how it got in there. But the fact is, it wasn't in there until 18 months ago. There's always things that we can do that we can look forward to as far as correcting our past mistakes, correcting things that we have that are in place right now. And I think this is a good start to that. I'm not going to say that we don't need to relook at our zoning. What I am going to say is that at this point in time, I think this is the best thing for our community to do, is to actually take the C out at this point.
I'll second it.
It's been moved by Commissioner North, seconded by Commissioner Milne. Further discussion? Commissioner Milne.
Since I seconded, I'll take the opportunity to explain a little bit of my reasoning. So this process that you all are going through, and probably will continue to go through as things move forward, just shows how zoning is actually beneficial. It can be changed one way, and as time progresses, unintended consequences may develop. It can be modified and reformed again to meet those challenges that are coming forward. But without it, you get what you get as a neighbor. So I'm time and time again. Can somebody, I don't know where the
timer is?
No, the howler is. Can you shut yours off? It's bugging my ear, sorry. Time and time again, I support private property, private property rights. Whether it's the wind farms, because that's private property up there and they want to do it. I know that's irritated a lot of people, but it's private property, private industry. Time and time again. But this one time, I'll support those until it starts harming or affecting potentially the neighbors. And I want to hear more information at that point. You can't infringe upon those around them. I hope that by removing the C, the conditional use permit, and those potential conditions, those controls, I hope we don't again create another unintended consequence where we've lost at that point those controls, those conditions that we can create to help mitigate those impacts upon neighbors. And I hope future bodies don't have a problem because we've removed this. I will, however, like I said, support this text amendment. 18 years ago, it was changed, the zoning was changed, and it was added. Now, the process, again, we've heard a lot of the citizens from this community, and this process allows the change to happen again. In the future, it may go somewhere else. It may be that those out east of town or west of town or wherever may decide that they want something else and may try to do a zone change. If they want to do something different with their private property, that's what they're going to have to do potentially, because they're not going to have that option. You know, there's other things in the zoning that we have. I get, you know, how many of you mountain MR1 is applicable and should be referenced for areas with slopes greater than 25%. How many of you does that include? Okay, but it doesn't include everybody. There's a lot of flat land out there with MR1. So these rules, they're important. The words matter in here. If the conditional use permit conditions were met, county shall issue it. Maybe that isn't the wording that we needed in there. Maybe it was presumed affirmative or something. Who knows? What I'm saying is this is a work that needs to continuously be adjusted and modified to work on those unintended consequences. It was a huge lift that the county did to rewrite, not even rewrite, but redo, whatever we did with these zoning rules. It was a huge lift. Were there unintended consequences created? Absolutely. Was it a document that we need to just throw out the window though? Depends on what you want as a neighbor. So anyways, that said, there you have it.
Commissioner Friel.
All right, bear with me. I got a couple thoughts here. First of all, when you look at MR1 zoning, it specifically states it's to establish and protect areas of low-density residential and accessory agricultural uses. The 2022 Casper Mountain Land Use Plan emphasized the protection of the unique characteristics and natural environments of the area itself. When it comes to private property rights, I very much believe in those, and that we should not take away from private property rights. But in this sense, too, just as much private property rights as a person feels that we may be taken away by removing a C, what exactly does a mine do to the people that are already there? Are you not taking away private property rights from them? I'm in favor of removing the C from the zoning itself, and when you look at it, it's been in there for 1 year and 9 months. And so I have to ask myself, and I look back down this list, how did this C get in here in the first place, and what was the intention behind it? When you look at MR1, you can't have an office, you can't have personal services, a retail store, a service station. You can't have industrial or manufacturing, heavy or light in that area. So if you can't have that, then why in the world would we go to the extreme of saying that you can go ahead and tear up the side of the mountain? It makes absolutely no sense. And Tracy, I guess to answer back to one of your statement that you made as far as McMurray, they in fact were in MR1, but they had to come in front of the commission and they got that changed to urban agriculture. They couldn't just get it done in an MR1. He had to go through a zone process to get it changed. So there's ways of getting things done if you really want to get them done. There's zone changes that can be finished, or gone through to change that. But I truly believe that this C did not, how it got there is beyond me, but it does not belong there. And with that, I'm just telling you, I'm in favor of removing it.
So, a lot of things have gone on. Probably have heard more about this case walking my dog around town than in here. And it's been overwhelming, the people that are against mining on Casper Mountain. So I have to go look at the statutes, what my duties are as a county commissioner, and because I also support businessmen and being able to run a legitimate business in Wyoming, and it's been a mining state. It's been a coal state. It's you know, my family worked at the refinery for years. My dad worked at the Texaco refinery. My grandfather worked at the Standard Oil refinery, and then whenever they got laid off, they went and worked in the oil field. So, but one of the things they always told me, especially my grandmother, says, I got into a rock and roll band, and we were practicing, and it was really loud. And the neighbors got mad, and they told my grandmother that when she left, that my band was practicing in there, and they were really loud. And she says, you know, I don't mind you practicing, but you got to do it where you don't bother other people. She was pretty wise in her ways that she explained things to me. And so I've tried to do that myself. I like to do what I want, but I don't want to bother other people. I don't want them coming saying something's loud, or you got up at 4 a.m. and you were beating on the side of the house trying to nail something up, or whatever it is you're doing. Yelling at your wife. We all have the right to have sanctity in our homes and not be bothered by other people. Now, we also have to be tolerant of things. I had a person call me that's pretty knowledgeable in oil and gas, and he says, why don't you, Dallas, he says, why don't you get Mr. True and the governor and go down there and have a meeting and have the governor open up every lease they have in the state for gravel and see if Mr. True can pick out some other leases that are better even, maybe, and trade those off. He says, we've done that in oil and gas leasing. And I said, well, that was discussed kind of at a meeting, but Chuck Gray couldn't even get Megan Degenfelder, who's from here, to second his motion just for conversation. It's like these guys, they second a motion and we have a conversation. Megan Degenfelder, who's from here, didn't even do that for you guys. All she had to do is second the motion, whether it passed or not. You could get a discussion going, and you know, Kyle True's a good businessman. And I did know his grandfather and his dad, and I'm like everybody else. I've always respected the Trues. And I'm not making this about the Trues. What it is now, this really isn't about the Trues. This is about what we do with our zoning and what we're telling the state our people want. Now, Carolyn told me earlier she thinks she's got 20,000 names. And I think that those should be unleashed on the governor and his committee. Because I really don't think they gave you guys a fair hearing. I think putting these things in, bundling them up and then putting them in a way that you can't get real true notice of what went on. Nobody noticed it until Mr. Werger saw Kyle out there with a backhoe. Now, if you'd had a shot and got down there in front of the governor and did this in front of the governor, I doubt if we'd even be having this meeting today, tell you the truth. But I'm also, as a lawyer, I know that this matter that's in court, this matter may go to court. And I've always said, I think the courts are going to determine the outcome of what happens here. And so I know some suits are going to be filed at some point in time. And I've had a lot of lawyers call me wanting us to file amicus briefs and all of that kind of thing in the current case that's going on down there in Cheyenne with the Supreme Court. But my biggest reason for voting to remove the C is that I feel your pain. I can't take it anymore. I could see it in your faces. And I think it's legitimate. And I know Mr. True can see it. I know members of his family who've seen it. And this isn't going to break him or make him either way, I don't think. And I think he's done what he felt was legally right for him to do. But I would have never thought 20,000 people would stand up and say, please don't do this, because there's two parts to this. There's the legal part and the political part. I go look at the statute. I'm a county commissioner like the rest of them, and the people elected me. In fact, I was the biggest vote getter in this election when I got elected, because of a couple of other issues that are going on. The sale of our hospital, a couple of other things that happened. And the people voted those people out of office. And so I'm not doing this for political purposes. I don't need your vote. You know why? Because I don't think I'm going to run for this office again. Getting to the age where, I got other things I want to do. One of them has been to serve the public in Natrona County. And I think that the commissioners have spoken tonight. And I appreciate all of you coming here and listening to all of you.
So I'd like to thank staff and Mr. Gustafson. I know there's been a lot of effort involved in this in our Planning and Zoning Commission, and I watched part of it. I didn't attend it. I think they tried to do the best they could. Anyway, the buck stops here. Mr. Werger, thank you. Thank you for your time and attention, your energy and your effort. I know, I don't know if you would have been here tonight or if this process would have started without PRISM's proposal to be right by your home. But a guy needs to look at all options available, and this is clearly an option available to a member of the public. And so I do appreciate you going through the process. I appreciate that it cost you a lot of money out of your pocket. I appreciate that you came back. I think that there was some question about notices, and I think you had to do additional work in that. The zoning amendment in 2022 did far more good than bad. There were problems all over the place with what had been amended. I think, was it 17 times or something like that? It was a mess of a document. There was a lot of work involved in it, and many months were spent. We spent money on a consultant. A lot of people, had concerns about the work they did, but I think in large part we're far ahead of where we were by the document we have. How did the C get in, Tracy? I don't know. As a lawyer, I would say that maybe it is to give our people more flexibility and look at those factors under the conditional use permit process so that we can go on a case-by-case basis and try to look at whether it'll impair the use of adjacent property or alter the character of the neighborhood, whether it'll detrimentally affect the public health, safety, and welfare, or cause substantial or unmitigated traffic, parking, or environmental problems, contribute to an overburdening of the county services. Those are the main ones. I like those elements. I've said that before. I think they're tried and true, and I think that's the kind of case-by-case specificity that your elected officials can make good judgments when we have the criteria and apply them to the facts of the case. I would prefer a scalpel to a hammer. I think this is the hammer. I think 29 miles is a lot of property that's going to be impacted. I recognize we heard from people outside this Squaw Creek, Coates area tonight, but the vast majority of people are, close to that area. I treasure that school section in particular. I do. I think it's a lovely place, and I think it's just such a unique thing to be so close to our populated area and be able, like Ms. Drelishar said, you get out there and you do feel just the peace and calmness of it all. I've done that. I've done that with family. I've done that in fat fish races. I think that there's going to be a lot of people and a lot of property owners that would be impacted by this decision to remove the C. And really, what the big problem is Mr. True. And you and your proposal are the big problem, and why we're here, and why what they say in the law is bad facts make bad law. Well, what you've brought before us, and you're being non-committal and vague and all these things in the public has really struck the fear of these people and 18,000 more people. So I think it's been handled by you very poorly, and I think that the best thing would be for you to decide and make a public announcement that you're not going to pursue this in this location. But you haven't done that, and so here we are being asked to make a decision that I don't think is going to be particularly good for the long term. I think going back and doing urban ag rezoning is going to be a recipe for spot zoning. I think that's going to be problematic for future commissioners. There are going to be negative impacts to property rights and liberty that we all care so much about. There are going to be negative impacts to our local economy and the aggregate costs. But here we are. And so with that, I would call for a vote. All in favor of removing the C, say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The C has been removed. We have commissioner comments at this point. Commissioner Friel.
I don't have any comments for tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Milne.
Oh, absolutely. I got an audience here. Oh, yeah. So, I hope you speak to it as well, Chairman.
I'm going to.
We attended a suicide prevention meeting up at Casper College last night. We have all you here. And this is what you guys were concerned about with the sea and all this. Yep, understand it. But people are killing themselves in our community, losing their lives in our community, going out, feeling helpless, and taking their lives. We all of us, need to take some time, look at ourselves, look at our friends, look at our family, look at our neighbors, and be involved with each other. That's all it could potentially take to save somebody's life. So this is a huge gathering for a zoning amendment. There's what, maybe 10, 15 people at that meeting last night?
He said 48 at the.
No, right, but last night's meeting. There was 48 there? Really?
That's what he said.
It didn't look like it, but there was very few people there.
It was unfortunate.
It was very unfortunate that more people couldn't attend such an important meeting where people are losing their lives. I know people that killed themselves. You know what? That's what we need to talk about a little bit, is the terminology. Commit suicide. No, they killed themselves. Let's be upfront about it. I would really, really like to see more participation out there with this community. We're being affected quite a bit. I would love to see more participation from this community about this topic. That's all I got to say.
I'm going to go next. I brought these bottles. 988 is the number. September Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. I attended a funeral yesterday of a really great physician. It's happening too often. It is a terminology thing. We are happy to be working with a group, Dr. Corso with his group is Prosper. They're working with a few counties in the state. Our statistics in Natrona County are worse than what you've heard. People are killing themselves in that moment of desperation, wanting to be out of the pain and not having a place to go, a person to call. And it's a sad state when our mental health and our lack of focus on this issue has such dramatic impacts. And so, I mean, I bet everybody in this room has been impacted by suicide, and maybe multiple times. I know I have been. So I put some stickers in the back on the table, some cards. I don't know if there's still some magnets there. Do your part. The priest that spoke yesterday mentioned when there's an earthquake, who are the 3 people you're going to call? You better figure that out, and check with your kids and your parents and your siblings and who are their 3. And hopefully you'll have an answer to those questions, because the one of the speakers last night, in addition to Dr. Corso, was Sean Moore, and a really brave Marine that had one of those moments, and he discharged a firearm to his head, and it did not kill him, and he's there talking about it. And he's doing some really good work across the state talking about it. So Anyway, please do keep talking about it, and please do keep trying to do what you can to help our community be a lot stronger. Commissioner North.
Number one, I want to thank everybody that came out tonight, and I want to thank everybody that's reached out to us, over the last 7 months. There's been a lot of things, and, we all get caught up in our own little bubble of what's important to us. And a lot of times the facts that we know are not all the facts. And so a lot of times when we're talking about things and we're making decisions, there's a lot of other things that we're evaluating while we're going through. And we want to make the right decision. That's one of the reasons why we ask a lot of the questions we do, is that we want to make the right decisions. If you truly have a heart of service, then you want to do what's right for the people that you're serving. And that's what it comes down to. And I do. I have never seen this community this involved with anything. And that says a lot, because that's something that I'm not a spring chicken. I've been around a lot of different places and a lot of different things. And it's not saying that what's wrong with what we have in our community, but it's saying this is an area that we can get motivated around, that we want to change. And everybody in here, one way or another, stepped up to make a change. Whether you agree with what that change was or not, the fact that our community got involved tells me just how special this community is. People really want to do what's right. And we don't necessarily have to agree on everything, but we do need to have conversations. We need to be able to look at each other in the eye and agree to disagree on certain things and move forward and find those areas that we have commonality. Whether that's your faith, whether that's your belief, whether that's what you do, those things we have to find. And those are the things that we have to focus on as a community, because you're talking about suicide, killing yourself. That's part of the problem, is that people don't feel like they're part of a group. They feel isolated. And if we need to reach out to our neighbors, not just when something like this happens, but across the board. That's the way communities used to be. I tell people this is the biggest small town you're ever going to be in your life. Because everybody knows somebody else. We all know each other one way or another. And we need to have that community. We need to have that ability to communicate with each other, converse, and find out what our common interests are, and work toward those goals in a positive manner, and not focus on all the negativity that we've got going on in this world right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Laird.
So on that issue, I, like all of y'all, I've had friends that have done this to themselves, and clients, some distant relatives, people who said they wanted to do it. So I met a man from India years ago, and very spiritual fellow, and he brought a Swami over to Du Bois when we used to teach up at Jerry Spence's Trial Lawyer College, and this guy was 98 years old in the year 1999. And so I got to spend some time with him, and we talked about that issue, and he said one thing about, I said, why do people do that? And I can't imitate his voice, but it was something like, Dallas, because they didn't feel loved by anyone. It's always stuck with me. If only one person would have shown them great love, they probably wouldn't have done that. And to end the evening, what I would like to tell you all, it's been an honor for me to serve you as a county commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're adjourned.